Yes, so literally in the last few seconds, a whole convoy of incredibly big black vehicles, including the beast. You saw the US President looking out the window at all the assembled press. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of it here. He gave us all away, and then they drove through the gate into the ground of Chatham.
What are we doing inside the bylaw? We leave our bags. Can we leave our bags here? Leave the bags.
still.
You've got the toilets. Do you know? No. Do you know Catherine? Catherine, she got the car, and one of your kids is a bit like us. So she literally had like toilets in the back of her boot, and I said, "That's your stool, like Chris, like your stool."
Oh,
Not a
my
toilet.
kids have been doing work at a house in North London, and I get into the car yesterday. There's literally a toilet seat on the seat.
My husband is
It's full of paint and all sorts of rubbish.
So you've got your stool, she's got a toilet.
all journeys go
You know, I'm very clean. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, the bagpipers have been here, the big cars, now the meeting and a lunch with US investors too. Following that will be a potentially rather awkward press conference. I literally didn't know that took me entirely by surprise. I didn't hear anything really until I suddenly realised about 5 seconds before that it was about to speak to me and I hadn't thought what I was going to say.
No, in terms of like no. I'm just trying to show you some of the note that is there.
Oh, brilliant. I hope they're going to be showing the arrival shots.
Well, I don't know if they've cut it, but you know, it's good. So they've got loads of front living winter. Okay. Cousin, best friend, yours. I think this is probably better.
Came as a terrible shock. I don't know what I was doing. I wasn't registering that they were.
Lawrence and Brian, great to be with all of you. Absolutely. And so things that you were just discussing, Ukraine, the trade negotiations that are ongoing between the United States and the UK. Just a few moments ago, we had the President's Marine One chopper land just about maybe 50 yards from where I'm standing right now. We watched them as they processed into Checkers, and then you saw the welcome from Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and his wife, Lady Starmer, as she's known here. This was just a few feet behind where we're standing right now. But I think you touched on some of the most important issues. Our two countries are on the same page when it comes to Ukraine, but there are limits and different perspectives misperceptions about what that means. And I think that you've heard President Trump in recent days talking about what he wants to see. He wants a bigger commitment to nuclear energy. He would like to see, I thought one of the most interesting Truth Social posts of the last few days was that everyone's asking, why are you putting a 50% tariff on India because they're buying Russian oil and not China? That question to our president. So he sort of turned that around and said, why don't all the countries in the EU and NATO put 50 to 100% tariffs on China? Go ahead, you go first, and then we'll match what you're doing to China, which is the largest buyer of cheap Russian oil, and that is the major funding for this war. He will do that, and then you'll see our thoughts on it. So I think you're going to hear a lot of this from the Prime Minister here, guys.
Because I reckon after this life,
through all the soft power mechanisms at their disposal. You know the President tried to show yesterday for family and elders, of course, the ultimate example of that. They really was the checkers from head down the street, I mean, having the bagpipers there and those representatives of Scottish heritage and maybe Scottish culture. They are trying to accentuate it as much as they possibly can.
So what they came to in the spring was, and it was the first trade agreement after President Trump was out there. So that's the thing that we don't know about countries. What they came up with in the spring was the first framework trade deal. And there are components of that that are in place. But it's not as codified and written down. So there are still areas of wiggle room. The tariff on steel and aluminum go to zero. But as Jackie said a few weeks ago, what we're learning is that idea has been shelved.
do you think that's the one he got out?
Really, that what we're seeing is President Trump's action that we've seen in other places. Let's do deals, let's build nuclear power, let's get you to invest in a lot of American equipment and technology and work well on both sides.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he doesn't show any signs that we should yet. They're just about to start talking of taking that down to zero. So what we heard was the next level of negotiation for Prime Minister Starmer. Okay, can you promise that it will lock in those 5% on steel and never go higher? He doesn't want that steel to be held over his head for other parts of the negotiation. And that's just where it comes down. And it's about to start talking.
Okay. So this is just a box after the
Yeah, exactly. This is more like the Range Rover, the Chevrolet.
Important thing that they can do from their positions in government is try to, as far as possible, influence the US president on all manner of issues.
I think you should have saluted.
I lost my journalism. I really did. I literally lost it. The first time ever that I've been actually starved by position of shoes. Well, I never.
Not as far as I'm aware today specifically, although that's obviously.
You know, I mean, I'm just thinking of the moment when Zelensky blew up in the Oval Office, and the next day, Starmer welcomed Zelensky. So
Keep the camera nice.
there are pretty strong nuances, I would say. That's not an oxymoron in terms of the way that they view the Ukraine situation. And what we've heard out of President Trump in the past few days was, you know, this is going to have
It's all right. I can hear it. It's just there's so much background noise. It's quite
days after this meeting. But I think that what you're seeing is continued security guarantee for the United States. That's the latest word is $75 million in the middle of Ukraine. And other elements that the United States has indicated that they're open to. The president said in August, you know, perhaps we would help out in the air, over the area, whether it's Ukraine or Poland. And you guys referenced this earlier. The RAF jets have been signed off on by Starmer to help protect Poland. So these are really big issues. What does that mean in terms of our presence in the air? How much are we going to help? And I think the bottom line is, what does he think Putin is up to here? Is this, as some have said, sort of a last gasp as he tries to fly drones into Poland and also some incursion in Romania? Or is he just firing up for a bigger push? So I think that's definitely the meat of what they're going to talk about today. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't think we know
Great
yet.
to see you guys.
It's actually last
First time I got up before you guys.
UK on that visit to in Scotland, where it broke very shortly after his
See you later.
literally mid-air across the Atlantic, that the UK was planning to do this round about now.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, I saw Bev running up. She got off one of the helicopters. She ran past us a few minutes ahead of the president. So, as you will have seen in the last 20 minutes or so, the US president landed his helicopter here at Chequers, one of 4 helicopters that came in convoy just down there. He got out, got into a huge, a very grand car that then drove up here. All the press lined up along the side here. He waved at us, looked very happy indeed to be here, and then went through that gate behind me. Oh, you can see Bev coming out now. That's the president's car. Hi, Bev! And then we had bagpipers. He was greeted by the Prime Minister and Lady Starmer. There were marching soldiers. Of course, the Prime Minister can't really compete with the royal family in terms of pomp and pageantry, but still, they are pulling out all the stops here. And the hope is, of course, that having given Donald Trump such an incredible day at Windsor, he said that it was one of the highest honours of his life. The hope is, of course, that he will be even more kindly disposed towards Britain than he already is, because there are serious discussions happening here this afternoon. So first of all, he's going to be showing, the Prime Minister will show the President the Winston Churchill archives here. Later there will be a display by the Red Devils, that's the parachute regiment display team. Then the President and the Prime Minister will have a bilateral meeting, and then there will be a business reception hosted by the Chancellor with the Prime Minister, the President and the various US investors. Of course, that £150 billion investment from various US companies that the government are trumpeting today. Absolutely delighted about that. But of course, those tariffs, 25% on steel and aluminium, remain. Okay, they are half what other countries are paying, but originally we'd expected them to be gone completely or gone by now. It sounds like that's not happening at the moment, though Donald Trump did say the other day, I'm into helping them, so let us see. But I think the danger point for the Prime Minister is coming with a press conference this afternoon, which could have some very awkward questions, perhaps on free speech, perhaps on the Chagos Islands, and almost certainly, I think, on Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted paedophile, who, of course, the relationship that our US ambassador, Peter Mandelson, had saw him being sacked last week. We currently don't have a US ambassador in post, but suggestions today that the Trump administration would be very happy to see Karen Pierce be brought back. She was the US ambassador. She would have been happy to continue, but Starmer and the government decided to go with Peter Mandelson, a decision which belatedly now...
Well, Hansie, those comments were very interesting, as you say. I mean, I guess the question over whether Nick Clegg is drawing on his experience as an opponent of the Labour government there, or as former President of Global Affairs, or whatever it was, at Meta, or both. But that's very interesting, and as you say, a notable critique. Look, the government's view is that AI is going to be a growing chunk of the UK economy, as it is the world economy, over the coming years, and the government wants to get hold of that trade, essentially, and they're very happy with the comments from Jensen Klein, who runs the media, talking about the UK cementing its role as an AI superpower. But look, I guess the question of whether the UK is going to be a player in this space, or essentially an AI rule taker, I think is a question we don't know the answer to yet, but it will shape British politics and British economy for a very long time to come.
You should see the skies. I've got 4
exactly, that is the argument being made by the government, and we don't need to rehearse now all the ways in which the government is in trouble politically, but clearly, speaking as I do to people at the top of government, they believe that the biggest possible solution to their political difficulties is to find a way to deal with the UK's long-standing economic difficulties. The budget, which Rachel Reid, the Chancellor, who's here today, will deliver in the next 8 or 9 weeks towards the end of November, is going to be a massive moment, the biggest moment, not just economically, but politically too, for this government so far. And the choices that she makes will shape the politics, I think, for the period between now and the next general election. And so, of course, this government is going to grasp at any possible way, find a way to grow the UK economy that it can fund. I was busy talking to you, that's why he's in this election.
trying to see what the best way I can understand. To see if you like. So basically, something like that.
Okay, so if I give you a radio call back, you might have one here anyway. There is no then you can be listening over. I will try to solve this abuse because I will try to get a chance to tell you where there are 21 students. Then we can just click on there. Who's going to be I can because we just told them they're wrong. I don't know. They told me they're wrong. That's two. So, so basically, once the pattern is finished, then you go straight in. Yeah, about 30 seconds between the two on air. I'll have a TV diagram. I need your telephone. You can do that. I'll dive in. What we'll do is, as soon as the one is finished, we'll have TV set up for the
well, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there. You need one for the second one, because I gave it, sorry, one off that one. So you put the black one on there, and one grey on the grey. The grey one's back in the truck. Yeah, you just need another fluffy or we've got. He didn't have any, so we'll take that one. Yes. No, it's the this is the host yeah, there's one in the ECM 77. So yeah.
That's the password.
Media, broadcast system, my views.
Yeah, so I'll still that. That'll be fine. I won't be here. I was just warning you. Where was the one that was on that one?
That's not cool. I'll try and get let me get a conversation news channel. You're happy? Yeah, that's good.
What was falling off? No, that's the one we got. That's the one that's falling off.
Yeah, that's the one. Put that on there.
Yeah, not bad. We had a whole conversation about it with David.
So I said to everyone, don't give me camera. I need to do one thing.
I made the decision not to, because otherwise I left my house at 4 o'clock this morning to drive to Far West and to get it and drive here.
If something goes back,
yeah, that's exactly what I thought I'd do. And the problem was back there. Apart from me.
Give it to Warren. Warren.
No, I've got another one. I don't know how to do another.
Hello, you're right. Someone might be like.
I don't know how to do it. Something's going.
Right. You have enough of it. They're asking now, so they can get it. But yeah, all the time, pretty nice view.
excellent. Don't worry about the camera. That's cool. I'm really sorry if some people get mixed messages, but we have plenty of cameras here. I need your skin.
Yeah. That's like winter. And then they never saw it.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's all right. Thank you.
So a couple of things. How do we then go out? So there's a fairly tight set around with carriers on this space.
I think it's more about
Which is the resource branches.
it will be.
Oh, right. Oh, that helps. Yeah, okay. That's more important than the president. I guess that's it. Cheers, mate.
just go, yes.
Okay, but still, I'm still not going to yeah.
So the ones on that camera, Henry's done the top of the hour, so then 1:30 it's Chris plus Gary, then it's for Peter, so Peter's out, and then it's 11:50, 1:55 it's it should be news channel, but I need to check what they're doing, they're not people on next week, Hi. Oh, well, I'm not possibly next week. I think Gary was your man, but I don't know. Let me go and try and find his round. So I think Henry was on from early, so he did a bit of the channel and then was going to go off. And Gary was going to continue because Gary was going to go on. So, but I don't, they've got two producers here, I don't know. Yeah, just check with them. I will. The cameraman is with me and ready to go, but I'll try and find them, but I'm just not physically at the moment. This way, bye.
I think they might drop it. Well, they might come to me. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really got anything to add to that because we don't know any more when we unplugged them. No, hold on.
Good to see you. You well? John, you alright?
I feel like this is a royal kind of bargain. Right. Put it to Stuart on that camera.
So, John is the camera, so that view camera, that is the DT1 camera.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yeah, I don't, you haven't got it to 1 o'clock, and then at 1 o'clock it's crazy business. I'll tell you. So you'll have.
Just stay on that camera.
Yes, that's it. And people will stand in front of it and you can see them there.
Perfect.
Henry. Yes.
On the subject of mice, there's two about mice. One was one about all the time. But at 6:30, we use cats just tell mice where they want to use. So we've got random mice. Yeah, in the case, I'm just going to change the moss use. These moss to the yellow leaves. We've got 6 hours. Yeah. You guys.
5 to 6.
So yeah.
And it does work.
Yeah.
It's just about the
Yeah. And they have asked me to be separate characters. I told them exactly what's going on. So
Candice went to yesterday.
yeah. So
Oh yeah, you're still coming to me, yeah? Okay, yeah, that's fine, thank you. No, I think we're okay. We're just putting your mic on.
I set my phone up down there. This is the primary one.
Yeah. Put a wine in somewhere. Is this all heading back to yeah.
They should be alright, they're laughing
Yes, I did. And I've got, sounds like I've got a program coming through. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. All right, so we're all happy then.
Hello, hi.
Probably will. She have an ear as well, but
Oh, fine.
press sensitive.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thanks. Thanks, bye. Bye. No problem. Bye. Cameras. I'm clear. That's fine. Can't say I haven't had the fair show. Thanks very much. So you and me are clear now, yeah? Yeah, well, I will go and sit down. Apparently Chris is eating our sandwiches, that's nice, isn't it? Given he rocked up at 11, he was here at 9, and he must
Maybe if that was a bomb email, I'm remembering it now. Hey, send an email, yeah.
In Starling. I put that in there last night. It's from that library, so you can shop it in that library.
Probably.
Supposedly it's happening now.
Hi, Ken, Michael, how are you? Okay. Can I see us for a second? Good morning, Dominic. Yes, I can. 109876 Oh. Raise you ever so slightly. Huh?
It's not rested on that rim.
1098765431.
Well, that's what everyone kind of eating away. Everyone No.
What?
Nate to talk.
Not till 720. You're not till 720? Oh, okay. Steve, what surgery channel is it? Hey, Suzanne, how are you? Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. 5-2.
More of the details of those two issues because welcome to the UK with all the problems had welcome to the UK. Much more of the British Parliament pageantry than usually comes to the state visit.
Ever so slightly that way. Use your mask.
Nice of you to clean the floor for me. Stand up. Michael.
I've probably got it back.
Just go check with Rebecca, I guess. Hey?
Yeah, go around the back, yeah.
Gary, I'm not going to forget.
So it's Joe now.
Cheers, Steve. Hey, mate, alright, what are you? What time is it now? Good. Oh, that's not fine.
Which side is he going to be on? Gary's going to be on left, right?
Let's take 2 steps.
Yeah.
So do you want me to right?
Is this an interview? Or
Yeah.
is it just
I think so.
all good, all good.
Bit too cheesy, aren't we?
I'm probably going to push in on Rob anyway straight away.
It won't be you.
Oh, it's not Rob. Oh, it's somebody else. Sorry. I can see Rob. I thought you were just on there.
How you doing? All right. Amazing spot. Hello. Hi. What's that? Oh, my table. That's for you. That chair. You seen it? No. Hello. Hello. They were a live headline later.
I just do it like this.
Perfect. Minute from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary, yeah.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Hi. Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. We've got our guest as well, so we need to come to the after that.
After the president was welcomed to the UK, that even more
2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody.
usually come to the States. Tariffs and trade are expected to be a top of the agenda today. We'll also let you
So look, we got guests.
issue like Ukraine, Gaza, struggle.
Thanks, mate.
Oh, we do, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Where is he?
One hour and 10.
Good eye.
Yes, Gary, good eye.
I'm not hearing any full beep.
This is for real.
I'm Gary O'Donoghue at Chequers, where the President and the Prime Minister are ensconced in their talks over business and politics. We'll bring you all the details.
I'm Christopher
throughout
here
the
at
day.
Chequers. The pomp and circumstance of yesterday.
Yes.
Today it's about deals and politics and a big press conference at 2:30 p.m.
I'm hearing
Stay
enough.
tuned on GB News.
Put it that way. Don't take any.
2 minutes.
How's it look, Jack? I see.
Hello, mate. Is this phone line turning Yes, I'm good, thank you, Gary. Good with that. Oh, that's good. Maybe just a smidge to your right.
Yeah,
Small
please.
shuffle. Thank you. Nice one. Cheers, buddy. Right.
Let's see how we do. Sarah, you may need to hard cue me. That's all.
Yeah, I will.
Jensen, I haven't had breakfast.
Maybe not.
No.
We've got some sweaty tuna sandwiches at the media tent if you want.
Thank you very much.
Oh, they might have it nice and cut up you in there.
Lost sound? Oh, came back.
Oh, sorry, mate. I've dialed you again.
Okay, not lost.
Cheers.
We've got 4 minutes.
Gary, just square your shoulders more towards the end. Thank you.
Well, Lucy, a big focus today, not just on the politics, international politics, those key flashpoints around the world, but also on business opportunities between the two countries. The British government very much trumpeting the inward investment from tech companies, from on nuclear power, all these kinds of things. And we've got one of the chief executives of one of the world's biggest companies, I think you are. $4 trillion capitalization. This is Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, the chip manufacturer. Now, what investment are you planning on making in the UK?
This is a big week for UK. It's a big week for AI in UK. We're partnering with Nscale and Orbital.
Did you ever let Isabel know about our conversation?
I just said it was fine. I think that's a good
It's
plan.
going to be 120,000.
Everyone shouts at the same time on telly.
It is.
That's what I'm not used to. You can do, I guess. You have to really focus, on what you're saying.
Which we were also part of. It's going to be the largest AI infrastructure.
What's the benefit going to be for the UK?
Well, it turns out that in order for the AI industry to be created, so AI model, AI application.
Have that chair. I'm going to sit down if I do want to. Make a note. Okay.
It's not going to create that many jobs. Jobs is one thing, but isn't the profit and the know-how going to flow out of this country back to people like you?
No, this is exactly the point. We built the AI infrastructure here. This is what Prime Minister Sharma really understood last year. That was last year. 10 years ago. Understood that in order for that AI economy to happen, you need to have the infrastructure. And so building the infrastructure here, building research, create startups, and startups are going to create jobs. In order to build these AI factories and jobs, to create a lot of jobs. These jobs are skilled
You also need a lot of energy technology. Electricity is a lot more expensive in this country. This is going to mean.
Hello, I keep seeing Freddie for you, and you're not there. Oh. Oh, Freddie's trying to meet you as well, by the way. Hello. I'm not sure. It's not doing so well, Richard. I'm sure she'll be able
What's your reaction?
Hey, very good morning to you. We're outside the country estate of the British Prime Minister. We'll soon be hashing out those key details. And it all comes as the President was welcomed in the UK with even more British pomp and pageantry than it usually comes to the state visit.
So that gentleman, one of those chief executives who is part of that business discussion, that round table. Also British companies like GSK who are offering to invest £30 billion over the next few years in the States. That's a big and important announcement from the British government. It's all coming very hot on the parliament. Peacefully that the American taxpayer gets ripped off when it comes to pharmaceutical funding. Nice to meet you. Thanks very much.
Tariffs and trade are expected to top the agenda today, but we're also likely going to hear conversations on issues like the wars in Gaza and Ukraine. Mostly economic.
2 minutes.
Yeah, what have you got?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This morning without being mocked, you know.
Yes, as far as I know, I mean, I haven't spoken to them about the plan. And they've been, you know, I have been helping with any press releases.
But if it's popping like this, then we need to hang up and dial. Michael, are you still?
Do you want to hear the director?
Michael in London, are you there? Yeah, we're getting like pops in the connection. They're going to basically hang up and try to
That's a lot of tariff.
reestablish contact.
Because you're also trying to sell into China. That's really not worth it.
Go over the need chop up.
Yeah, all good. I'll get some water after it. No, don't worry. Water.
Why would we lose that? The piece is going to be dated by the
I'll start work on that 500 word piece for online.
There's a different one.
In between the hits.
What are you doing that before?
No, I'll literally get my get myself into the story, but I need to write.
You're not a public.
The problem is the press
I offered
conference.
to write it for you, but then it would sort of set the bar too
No.
high for you next time.
The truth is, the press conference is the story. Everything else is.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit, this 150 billion investment.
That's at the bottom.
Yes, okay, but it's still bubbling.
Top 2/3.
Yeah, the press conference, yes. We also want
That's this country. This is the press conference.
but that's still also, it's still about money, isn't it? Individual tags, all that. I know there's the extra.
Yeah, I could take a picture, could you, of me here for my Twitter. This one.
Would you like a flash one or not?
Behind the camera. I'll do a Twitter. Tune in for later. If you say there's a real.
No.
What?
Because that will change.
Wear my big tie today. This is my big. Trying to call me the president. You know there are journalists here. We can get in expert. Have a chat on what to expect. Ben Riley Smith over there. He knows Trump very well. Ben Riley Smith, very well. Yeah. He wrote a good piece, a magazine piece. Telegraph guy. It's quite good.
Cool.
Huh?
So I'm doing the one. The one, yeah. 1:30. Actually, they're close to 1:30. With me and Chris. Well, let's get your mics and everything.
Well, what aren't the issues, frankly, Olivia? I mean, so many issues of, it could be an awkward moment for our Prime Minister. It won't be the familiar fireside chat, as they call it in the trade. I was there in the Oval Office in February when Donald Trump sat there with Keir Starmer when the letter was produced from our King, inviting him to this very state visit. And then in Turnberry, of course, but back in July, when again the same structure, we all stood around in the half moon, looking down at these two individuals, Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. This will be behind podiums. It'll be much more free-form, we're told by Number 10 sources. It won't be a kind of, normally in this situation, you have 2 questions from the UK press and 2 from the visiting foreign press. That won't happen. So really, frankly, anything can happen, and that's why all sorts of questions will be asked, notably, I think, about the steel tariffs in this country. Will they go to 0 from 25% for exports from the UK to US? Of course, in the EU it's 50%. We're doing better than them, and of course we've been told that's a Brexit dividend. But one, again, that's a naught to help our steel industry. Palestine, Gaza recognition. Last night, the Lucy Powell, who's challenging to be deputy leader of the party, said to be an event to commemorate that happening. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and the rumour is it may happen this weekend. What will they think of that? The PM said he'd do it before the meeting of the UN General Assembly next week. The issue of one in, one out. That in fact, we sent an individual to France, the first time a migrant arriving here legally. That's a boost for Number 10. But what will happen next? We'll get one back, will we? And will it go anywhere? What's the answer? Maybe the European Convention on Human Rights. Other questions too. Jeffrey Epstein, that looms large. Do you miss Peter Manson as ambassador to Donald Trump, maybe? Sadiq Khan, London Mayor, he of course has said that President Trump has been fanning the flames of divisive right-wing politics around the world. What does Donald Trump think of that? Well, I think we can guess on that one. And also maybe a question about the pair of them. I asked both Keir Starmer and Donald Trump in the Oval Office in February a simple question, which is an interesting one. What do you have in common? You're a left-wing politician, you're a right-wing one. Why do you think you get on so well? That could be good one to ask.
No. We're trying something else.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, Liverpool then Brighton is always the end. No, I've got to miss them this year. I'm switching on to nice.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, and the crucial thing here, of course, is who's in charge. Now, both in Turnberry in the summer and in February in the Oval Office, the person in charge is the President of the United States, even though Turnberry is UK soil. This is Keir Starmer's country house as Prime Minister of our country. He's in charge, so he can really coordinate and make sure that he keeps it ticking along. If it gets embarrassing, maybe he might overrule some questioning. I don't know. Let's wait and see. I should say that right now, or very shortly, the Prime Minister and President are meeting with business leaders. Of course, overnight we've heard of a £150 billion tech deal signed. There's a business reception ahead of the press conference. So they'll be keen to talk about what they've been up to, trade, frankly, and we'll be trying to work out where the grit in the oyster is, where it's a stone in the shoe of the special relationship. But you're both journalists, I've known you for a long time. What would you ask him? I know. And yeah, well, but particularly we're in the home of where Magna Carta was signed a few miles away, and don't forget the Jimmy Kimmel cancellation overnight for those remarks about the killing of Charlie Kirk and the MAGA, the right reaction to that. That will be a question, I'm sure, that the US press pack will be keen to push. So we'll raise maybe Lucy Connolly, maybe Graham Linehan's arrest by 5 armed policemen, an Irishman tweeting from America, not even the UK, but being arrested on arrival. Olivia, any questions?
Yeah. Wait before 6, please. That's okay. Yeah.
I'm making notes here for you both, so I'll try and get some of those into the press conference at 2:30. But no question, when that question was asked, I think of the president in Turnberry. President Trump went on an attack against Sadiq Khan. There's a bit of a kind of they like doing it, having a bit of row in public. But I saw very awkwardly Sir Keir Starmer must have shifted uncomfortably and said he's a friend of mine. So he's still friends with saying these things about the leader of our closest ally. Question.
Yeah, it's too nice.
Is that okay? That's encouraging me to keep going, making good points. Yeah, you're nodding.
Oh, yeah,
I think that actually helps me.
No, I do, because I do feel like there's more things that we should do.
Well, that's a good
I was listening to words and I feel like, yes, I'm slightly irritated because my channels are pretty sweet. I know it's on the channels. It's like, also, you know, people like right. The real story, I know Thomas Surface, but the real story is always speaks on Kendall. I mean, he's racing.
I think the guy isn't he's dead, hasn't he buried yet, and he's having a mourning. I mean, there's not.
Yeah, but still. I agree it's distasteful.
Yes, that's the point.
They're obviously looking for reasons to stop paying 16 million because they're always the reason that gets dropped. If they're racing for reasons, this wouldn't happen. It's like anybody, it's like I walk into a opinion. There's something I don't really want to hear. That's human nature. There's no free speech. But in America, I can so this is
The left and right.
It's a bit Germanic, you can say.
Left and right.
I don't know.
Well, where's our next one? One, and then
In theory, yes. So I think
back to the table, I suppose.
I said will be available.
Who's seen when it went out and knows how to put some of the calls out? Big man. Mark is doing it.
It's been reported, but I'm waiting for
Okay, I can do that if Mark can't. It's happened gone now.
we might people kind of thinking about maybe not allowing
Right, I'll head back to the right. He's going to right back end of this thing.
Fine, do that.
You try and batch London.
I'll tell you about, but it'll be strategic.
Got me somewhere.
Yeah, I think, what's the way, which way from that to end up? We'll go there, or whatever, we'll end up North London somewhere. Where do you do that? So if we go down there,
I'm sure you want tag and a story that's going to be outdated.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Somewhere
100% over. 100%. Yeah, thank you.
What time is it? You asked the Ben Smith. I don't know it, so it's up to you. If you're happy to do that.
You wrote 4,000 words about this Trump visit that we can tell him. Otherwise, I'm going to stay ahead next time.
That's why I'm saying.
If that's something you wanted, it's up to you. In the sense of, yeah. You know, the problem is if they give you a short hit.
Can I ask them if they want to do it? Can I ask them? You ask them. Right?
I don't know. So
Let's see again, you want to. I'll go find
see it. I don't
Can I
know.
ask him if we can do it? And then I'll
If he wants to do it, tell me and we'll sort it out.
Yes, when you came in through that, there's a team copy there for the money. So, 10 minutes
Busy? Right. Pleasure. Special for it.
Send you that. Send you that. Send you that email. Where's Mark then? Is Mark doing the story? Yeah, I'm quite sure I can pull that email out. People have to around me. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. Alright, good mate. When do they want chocolate? Next hour or sooner? Yeah, he's done that one. We might.
They'll be crashing something for their noon show based on what he says.
Yes, for the press. I don't know when it comes together. Kaplan's offering to potentially stay, which I think is one out to cover that, but maybe not. I was going to say we might grab one of the other journos to be a guest. Chris is quite keen for the next hour. I don't know what we'll see. Well, yeah, the Telegraph's guy's written a lot of stuff about Trump. I don't know. He's interested in that. There's only journos here. Maybe I'll say. Possibly. I'll let you guys know if that's an option. All right. Okay. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Bye.
low voltage, it's been on all morning. Power unit is not giving, I don't think it's quite giving 12, it's giving like 11 and a half, so it's just setting it off. Chris knows about it, it's got batteries on it. Like, everyone's done it. Yeah. So far away from the operating system that.
To be honest with you, you switch it on, choose your filter, white balance,
check that focus. Check that focus, as I tell everybody. Change lenses.
You know, this garden looks exactly like the garden in San Francisco.
It's the only thing I've done weird with it is the window.
What? English garden. I mean, I don't have a picture.
If you put it in your ear, it feels a bit hollow and not quite warm, that's why. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, even yeah, if you go to any kind of music, basically the same thing. I'm taking a trip to might get my brain
really annoying we can't get that one. It's quite nice to have a little bit of explain as well. If I'm in person, I quite like it. It's just travelling the whole time. Yeah. I don't mind having a bit of journal. It's quite nice to have a note. Okay. They literally do bullying by you're trapped to bed in the toilet. No, he won't go. Go on, go on. I'm literally like a school trip. It's not a school trip. No, back on the bus. Yeah. That's exactly right. So what do they do now? What do they do now? Well, they're probably going to look at the business. There's a kind of business meetings going on at some point. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly it's a pool. I don't know. They get a standard look. I don't know. I'm not really sure. They get keep them in mind. Right now, we'll go. No, you over there. Come on, go on the route. Get left behind. Literally, it's quite funny because the chatting to her is like, voice shrieks out. She's like, oh. That's the trauma. Trauma's a dreadful trauma.
Good morning, Ainsley.
Hello to the smell.
Well, it's a special relationship, right? And Donald Trump's politics are so much different than Keir Starmer, who describes himself as a progressive and sometimes as a socialist when asked. But these are two guys who have to come together to try to figure out how to end the war in Ukraine. And, you know, we saw this big royal welcome that these royal families gave President Trump over the last couple of days. Now is the official policy part of this this trip. And even though it's the Prime Minister and the people, I'm too shabby out here at Checkers, which is like the David of the British Prime Minister. And so they're in there in this house behind us, ironing things out, and then within the next couple hours, we think that they are going to come out for a presser before the president fills up with DC.
It's not the long stuff. How close you get to the lens? Sure, a piece of camera has to be about here, then, doesn't it? It's quite, it's going to be, to do a piece of camera has to be that far away.
achieve it. Through my life, actually not stuff actually, but like you know, just reasons like that happen. For example, middle of the fucking night, actually doing something.
Yes,
And there was quite a lot of gathering to do with that, so it wasn't one where you just go and stand back. Moving story, that's big thing.
No, they're not, Errol. In many ways, they are but they're both eager to iron out the final details of trade agreements between the two countries. Remember, this entire trip was prompted in February by the president's invitation to come to the UK with the second state visit. No other world leaders ever received two state visits to the country. But it was designed to ensure that the trade deal would get cut, and it was the first one announced by the White House in the Trump terrorism. And we are expecting to hear a little more today about ongoing announcements from various tech firms across the United States who are planning to now invest tens of billions of dollars in British artificial intelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy technology.
Yes, a lot of firsts for me on Fox throughout the years. This time it's going to be the first time I've ever hosted anything for an hour by myself. And so it could go great. Maybe not, we'll see. But you know, even though we have such great access to this president and his team, like every time I go into the Oval Office, I have 2 pages of printed questions. But there's always like 1 or 2 things that, because of follow-ups or because of other people asking things, that you don't get to. This show is an opportunity to explore and expand on things that are really important and that people that we get emails from and that we see it at the deli think are important, but there just is not always time within our daily routine. Especially because Jack and I are usually on these shows, we only have like 2 minutes, and then the rest of the news has to get covered. This hour at 11 o'clock on Sunday is going to be a highlight reel of what it was, and a look at what the news actually do think we're going to have some very, very big guests.
We'll hopefully get a chance to hear more in the coming hours as the Sentinel with the British Prime Minister at the Chequers Estate. This is the country estate of whoever served as British Prime Minister, in essence their Camp David. And he's been here before, he was here during the first stages, so the presidents have been here as well. But after that, then he heads back to the United States this afternoon for a full slate of things for the weekend, including attending the funeral of Charlie Kirk Sunday.
we are outside.
Alrighty.
That's 1, 2, 1, Gary.
All hard news to get them to see.
Either of them.
We're going to do this for
Turn off.
Yes, turn on
Yeah, ignore the flashing light.
What time, Jack?
Hey, it's
Well, once the press is over and he's cleared out, I think let's see what they ask us to do. Jesus asked for a bit for all the six. We can't really Jesus, but beyond that, I think it's so it'll just be a question of getting on the bus. The bus is shuffling. If they say you'll see it's big as Jesus, go back to the bus. I mean, I do, but I can't say where they are because it's
Right?
difficult. But he'll clear up. Yeah, get straight off. Straight through the balls.
No, I don't believe so.
10987654321245
No, I believe they just
678 910.
Yes, yes. They're saying this is a little low if we can boost the audio.
10987654321245 678 910. Nothing has changed since the first two times we've done this morning. I will be talking at this level, and it seems they've increased it better.
I'll go find some shit.
No, don't worry, honestly.
Sure.
Okay.
Come on.
Listen.
Come on.
Stair for 6, possibly.
This is for 9 a.m.
Yes.
Oh, we're doing that one.
This is not redoing for the
They're
West.
aware. Yeah. Oh. No, this is not the West Coast.
No, this is not a West. This is not yet the West Coast update. First, we will do the 9 o'clock. Then we will do the West Coast.
We can do West Coast updates. Do you want to do those first as you have here before you switch to Raw? Yes. For the 9 a.m. Okay. Okay, great. You can just, anytime you want for the 9 a.m., just go and say back to you on the back end.
Well, good morning. The two leaders are meeting here at the country estate of the British Prime Minister to hash out those issues. And it comes the day after the President arrived here in the UK to far more of the British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies this sort of state visit. 3, 2, 1. Well, good morning. The two leaders are meeting here at the country estate of the British Prime Minister to hash out those key issues, and it comes after the President was welcomed here to the UK with far more of the British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies a state visit. Paris and trade are expected to top the agenda during the conversations here today. But we're also likely going to hear about how the two leaders are dealing with ways to resolve the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, as much as the world has struggled to figure out pathways to peace. Back to you. That's 9.
Rebecca.
OT?
Just let me know when you're back.
Huh? You are?
They do 3 more days?
I didn't try to
My girlfriend.
So I saw that level views and I would really like to see them. I just didn't, I couldn't be motivated to get that ticket and watch it again.
Please, yes.
I mean, I could have set up to somebody said you would have
We will hold. Yes.
That they should be scheduling telling us when we can call.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to stay on top of it.
Well, good morning. The two leaders met here at the country state of the British Prime Minister and it all came after the President was welcomed to the United Kingdom with far more British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies the state visit.
Yeah, it depends who answers first.
The President and First Lady are scheduled to be back in Washington tonight after the 2 days of pageantry and diplomacy. Both countries hoping to build on the goodwill that played out here in the last 2 days. The President and First Lady are leaving this afternoon, scheduled to be back in Washington tonight after 2 days of pageantry and diplomacy, which both countries hope they can use to build on in the months ahead.
Yeah, we'll do a post game. Yeah, get ready to go.
So I'm thinking, should the centre will be there, and then Gary.
Sometimes they'll kind of talk and have a chat.
That's special tutoring.
Oh my God, the shoes.
Yes, yeah, I saw you.
And when he went out there,
TV like this done or anything? Alien Earth, I've only seen it. Really good. Really, really good.
So it's going to be there for the actual shooting. I'm doing a single file. I'll turn it off. Yeah, basically go one way. I know the people. I've made the mics. Yeah. We're just saying to John, his left-hander, so I would have put everything this way. Yeah. So just go back into positions again. Like I said, so just thinking about Gary being a bit bigger today. No, Henry's at one, and then Chris and Gary are half past. It sounds like that's fine. So I think yes. So just say you're Chris. Yeah. So you're round to the camera. And you're joined by Gary, which is Gary there. Yeah. Gary, and then I can then come in on Gary quite tight, rather than just give my full profile.
We've got that little there so he knows. Give a little. Just so he knows.
Well, we can certainly run you down twice. And I think his
yeah, what's his in? He's pretty good. Yeah, he won't.
And it's 3 feet was crazy. Just 3 feet for both of your. Yes. Yeah. Because it's not really a guess. So does he sometimes he doesn't need to remote down oh sorry, so they're both on you. Okay. That wasn't my question. You don't mean a guess, just answer the question I'm answering. That's the thing, it's not a guess. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. This is on power. This? Yeah. Respect? Good. You used to be around. For the chaos clubs? Yeah. I've been no, at 1 o'clock you've got Henry, then Henry, then Gary Green, then Henry, and you've got Peter. How they round sorry, yeah. I can't see the thing that is that's so much. I don't know, but it sounds you running through it? There's no balls. Okay. Just tell me that. I didn't have to. Was it literally like that? But I think I saw it starts on Monday. On paper, it sounds kind of amazing. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's good. How are you? Nice to see you.
was the last summit. Glenn and Palace were in the last series. Well, did you come up this morning?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? Well, I assume so, yeah. It sounds like this morning, yeah, I've been here for, it feels like a week. We got a report. It's very atmospheric. I've never been here before. Did you ever come here in your military days?
Yeah, I did.
You've probably been inside. Yeah, that's like too bright, which is where the bus is.
Just go a fraction to your...
Yeah, right. Hello, gallery. I can't hear you. That's right. I am. Just let me know if you want to do a rehearsal. How are you? Yeah, good, thanks. I've been here for a very long time. No, not cold, just slightly still. Quite a lot. That's better. What are you going to ask? Hey, pal. Let it roll. Hello, hi. Great, okay, yeah. Just give me a yeah, thanks. Yes. Wow, I've been to them. How about you?
Thank you, Selma. Good morning.
6 lines.
You should say your VCR. If you have one and it still works.
Oh, wait.
We found some tapes when my dad was cleaning out his house, and I was like, well, my dad was cleaning out the house, and he had all these DVDs that we used to love, and he's like, does anybody want one? It's like, I can't even play it on my computer.
Lovely. It's wonderful. Our brand is Crisis. That was a Sandra Bullock movie. A bit too true to life at times. Sir, how are you? Yeah, the president will have a speech binder as well.
In terms of putting down the agreement signed, would we be able to, for example, come on and put them down?
We could.
So that it's like Mark's closed up, come in, have one person from our side.
See, that works. I'll just have to talk to State Protocol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice to meet you.
You too.
I think we did a good job here.
See you later. I'll let you write on coattails.
Hey, Alex. Alex, is that Alex? Could you do a quick sound check for our guys?
Yeah,
real
certainly.
quick? Just read them some. Just start talking.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You know the story about President Reagan?
No, what's the story?
He was asked to do a sound check at a radio station.
Oh, yeah?
And they accidentally had him on the air, and
broadcasting.
He said, my fellow Americans, I've just signed legislation that will ban Russia forever. We begin bombing in 10 minutes. And it went out live to a major metro area.
One of those fun days. One more? From the right mic? I'll introduce myself in a second, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it that?
Just to make sure they get you.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You alright?
I think we're fine. So
Yep. US, we're asking. Yep.
Are we missing anybody? I'm missing Susie.
Thank you very much, and very nice to see you all. And Mr. President, let me welcome you again for this unprecedented second state visit. And it's a great pleasure for me personally to welcome you to my home from home here at Chequers. And thank you very much for taking the time to say hello to the staff, who are absolutely, they've done a brilliant job, and they've been preparing for weeks, and it's really so good to have you here. So thank you so much. You are among friends, and I think we all agree there's so much to celebrate in the special relationship between our two countries. By standing together in war and in peace, this bond is the very foundation of our security, our freedom, and our prosperity. But what is the relationship all about when it comes down to brass tacks? It comes down to leaders, of course, leaders who respect each other, leaders who genuinely like each other. And it comes down to our unique relationship on defence, the closest the world has ever seen. It comes down to the connections between our people, ties of family and friendship. The President himself is a shining example of that. But it also comes down to business, to all of you here, and thank you so much for coming here this afternoon. It's fantastic to have you with us as the best evidence of that people-to-people, business-to-business relationship that thrives in the special relationship. In so many ways, this story is a story about enterprise. The US is our single biggest, largest trading partner. Companies like BP, GSK, Rolls-Royce and AstraZeneca employ thousands of people in the United States. American companies like Microsoft, Citigroup, Boeing, Amazon and Blackstone do the same here. Together, we support over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. So this relationship is embodied in each and every one of you here today. We have, if you like, the great and the good of British and American business sitting with us. Leading lights in tech like Jensen, Ruth, Demis and Satya. Finance, Jane, Larry and Steve. And of course in pharma, in defence, energy and manufacturing. It is really great to see you all again, I should say, because of course we were together yesterday and we know each other very, very well, which is exactly as it should be. And just look at what we're achieving today together. The deals and investment that you're announcing today break all records. What a day. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. It is the biggest investment package of its kind in British history by a country mile. So thank you so much for your contribution on your part in that as the embodiment of that special relationship. And let me spell out what that means. It means life-changing investments across the United Kingdom. It's expected to create 15,000 jobs in Belfast, in Birmingham, Hartlepool, the Humber and well beyond. It means thousands of working people will feel and will be better off. And it shows the potency of this partnership. US capital and entrepreneurial spirit combined with British ideas and ingenuity. The UK is one of the world's largest economies. Maybe not quite on the scale of the United States, I concede, but my word, we punch above our weight. And we lead the world in expertise on quantum, on AI, life sciences, financial services and more. We have the only trillion-dollar tech sector in the West, outside of the US, again, I caveat. We have the best investment, the best universities, the most Nobel Prizes, and we have Demis here, outside the US. That's what we bring to the table, and we are proud of it. That's why we both benefit from this incredible relationship. Look at the economic prosperity deal that we struck back in May. It was the first trade deal that the President made. And yes, it was the best deal as well. We have the lowest tariffs in the world in vital sectors, and that is some achievement. It was a tough negotiation, but we did it for a reason, because it's a win for both sides, and because we knew that by working together, we could deliver more for working people. We could help the businesses here today to thrive, and help you create good, well-paid jobs in communities up and down our country. And ultimately, that is the test of the special relationship. How much it delivers for honest, hard-working people to make them safer and better off. We've already taken a big steps forward, and we're going further today, much further. In a moment, the President and I will sign our groundbreaking new technology partnership, the Tech Prosperity Deal. It's a blueprint to win this new era together, shape it according to our shared values, and seize the incredible opportunities that are on offer. I want to thank all of you for supporting this vision. We have huge new investments from NVIDIA, Nscale, OpenAI, Google, Salesforce, and many more, backing cutting-edge British jobs for years to come. And of course, tech needs energy. So to fuel this revolution, we've struck a new deal on civil nuclear power. We discussed this, Mr. President, last time we were together, and the opportunities we had. Generating energy for millions of homes and businesses, driving down bills on both sides of the Atlantic, and driving up energy security. So I want to thank everybody here for supporting this too, with brilliant job-creating investments from Momentum and others, including building up to 12 advanced nuclear reactors in the northeast. So this is a great day for the special relationship, a celebration of what has gone before, of course, but more than that, a moment to deliver investments, jobs and deals which will improve people's lives now and light up the special relationship for years to come. So thank you all. And now it is my pleasure to hand the floor to my friend, our friend, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job. Well, this is a very distinguished group. I can tell you that's what I do for a living. It was before politics. I would have to deal with you, and you are the best. You're the best in the world, and you're here. And it's an honor to have all of these great leaders. Really an honor. But I'm sincerely grateful to Prime Minister Starmer and Lady Starmer for welcoming us to this very special home, this beautiful place. And I was here a number of years ago, but somehow today it looks even better, even more beautiful, and even more historic. Melania and I are forever thankful to His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. We had a fantastic evening last night. But the exquisite honor of a second official state visit, the first ever, it's the first time it's ever been done, was, really was an honor. Such great history, and to think it's a first. It's always nice to have a first. But the ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really an inheritance. It's a beautiful inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable. But this is very big, and I want to thank all of the incredibly talented business leaders, the best in the world, biggest in the world, here this afternoon for investing in the Anglo-American Alliance, and you personify an important part of the unique national bond and really a world bond. What you've done is incredible. Our two countries do a great deal of business together. $340 billion last year was the number. In May, the United Kingdom became the first country to make a trade deal with the United States during my second term, and we sort of wanted to make it the first because the bond is so strong and the relationship so long. That agreement will create billions of dollars in opportunities for American farmers to sell their products into the UK, reduce barriers to trade, and give the U.S. manufacturers better access to the UK's world-class aerospace supply chain, which is really is world-class. A lot of people don't understand it, the importance of that particular asset that you have. It's a beautiful job you've done. There's no more natural partnership in the world. Together, we're building up the industrial capacity of both of our countries, which is crucial to our defense. And we work so well together in defense. I met so many of the leaders of your defending group, and many of them I've known by name, but now I know them pretty well. We had some very good meetings today and yesterday. So we're taking the next logical step with a historic agreement on science and technology partnerships, and this will create new government, academic, and private sector cooperation in areas such as AI, which is taking over the world. I'm looking at you guys. You're taking over the world, Jensen. I don't know what you're doing here. I hope you're right. All I can say is we both hope you're right. But it's pretty amazing. Quantum computing, fusion, 6G, and civil nuclear energy, and align our nations through the approach of centered deregulation and innovation. And we're going to have a lot of deregulation and a tremendous amount of innovation. It's just happening. But this new accord is already helping spur a massive wave of private sector deals worth over $350 billion alone, headlined by a $136 billion from Blackstone. That's very nice. Steve, thank you. That's why you have that location, I think. It's considered the best seat all the year. Yours is pretty good too, Jensen. That's good. That's great, Steve. You know what you're doing. Better than anybody. American company X Energy and British company Centrica has been announcing, and really for a long while they've been talking about this deal, the deployment of modular nuclear reactors across the UK, all across the UK. It's been in the wind for a couple of years, and now we're getting it done, generating more than $50 billion in economic value, creating up to 2,500 jobs, and powering 1.5 million homes. That's a lot of homes. 7 decades after British genius Alan Turing pioneered the field, this agreement will also help America and our British allies dominate the future of artificial intelligence. You need the energy. You have to have the energy. That's one thing I learned very quickly. They need a lot of electricity. In the United States, you need double what we have right now just to maintain that fight. We're right now, and I want to say, leading China and the world by a lot in AI, a lot. And we're creating tremendous amounts of energy and letting you create your own electricity in many, many cases. And we're giving you very rapid approvals. We're getting them approvals like they've never seen before. They used to wait 15 and 20 years to be rejected. Now they wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks to be accepted. That's a pretty big difference. And at the same time, we always have the environment in mind, but we move them along. But we're committed to ensuring that you have secure and reliable sources of American AI and quantum technology. We intend to always be the UK's strongest, closest, and most trusted business partner. Very important to us. The relationship is very important. 1 year ago, our country was in serious trouble. The King of Saudi Arabia, great gentleman, you all know him. He said, "Sir, your country was dead 1 year ago, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world," and it's true. We'll have more than $17 trillion invested in our country this year. 17 trillion, which is many, many times what we had last year, and we're only in our just about almost 9th month. It's moving along quickly. It's amazing. I was saying we're in our 3rd month, our 4th month, our 5th month, but we're at, it's going to be over $17 trillion. No country has ever had anything like that, even close. GDP last quarter was 3.3%. Despite all of the things we're doing, one of the things we're doing, which I'm very proud of, is the border. We now have a totally closed border, totally secure for 3 months. 0 people came into our country, bad people.
And they come in, but they have to come in legally. We have a great process going. And inflation is virtually non-existent. As you know, we're taking in trillions of dollars from tariffs, and they've been so incredible for our country, so incredible. We're keeping our companies happy. We're keeping them solid and sane, and they're very, very thrilled at what's happened. They can't even believe it. And we've never seen investment like this. Without the tariffs, we would have just a fraction of that. And we're really the only one that can do tariffs. Nobody else is able to do them. With us, it works because people have to be there. But we've slashed 30-year-old regulations. And as you know, in my first term, we had a very successful first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And we had the biggest regulation cut in the history of our country. And now we're doing it again. We're slashing them at a level that is even beyond what we did in the first term. The first term, we did more regulation cutting by 4 times at any other time that any other country has done or that we've done. And we think we're going to exceed that this time. And we'll have regulation, but it'll be sane regulation. It'll be regulation that allows you to compete and do your thing, or regulations that you're able to get around and do things and you no longer have that regulation. But we slashed regulations at a level that's never been done before, and we're doing it at the same level right now. I recently signed the largest tax cuts in our country's history, and the bill includes a 100% expensing for investments in equipment and factories. Nobody's ever seen anything like that, and it lasts for a 10-year period, so it's going to be there for a while. But the countries and companies are coming into our country for the expensing aspect of the bill. It was in I call it the big, beautiful bill, the great, big, beautiful bill. We got so much, the largest bill ever passed in the history of our country. In fact, so big that we really don't have to pass too much anymore. We can just do this for 4 years, implement. You know, I like to implement because the bills are wonderful, but you have to implement. But the expensing is going to be the reason, I think, that bigger than anything else, when you have 1 year expensing, you can write everything off for the first year, including structure. So you didn't even have that in the first bill. I think it was the biggest factor in the first bill why it led to such growth, and this is actually a better form of expensing, and it's actually more significant. So today America is strong. Our economy is, I think, potentially the strongest it's ever been. We'll see very soon those big places that are being built all over the country. Car companies are moving in. AI is moving in. Everybody's coming in. They all want to be here. The drug companies are coming back. They all want to be there. They sort of have to be there, but they want to be there. But with this agreement, our cherished friendship with the United Kingdom is getting stronger and stronger. And again, I want to thank the Prime Minister. He worked very hard on this and getting this deal done. This is long in the making. They've been talking about it for a long time, and we got it done. And it's a real honor to be with you, and thank you very much. Thank you. Are you sure, Scott? If the deal's no good, I'm blaming you, Scott. It's a great honor. Okay, hold that up. Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, we're now going to take some contributions from our distinguished guests from the business community, starting with Sir Demis Hassabis, the co-founder and CEO of DeepMind.
Thanks, Arun. It's a huge pleasure and honour to be here today, and thank you, Mr. President and Prime Minister, for your fantastic leadership on the US-UK tech prosperity deal. This partnership builds on a rich heritage of scientific collaboration between our two great nations, pushing forwards the frontiers of human knowledge and technical innovation. The fruits of that historical partnership, from inventing the World Wide Web to mapping the human genome, have gone on to benefit all of humanity. In many ways, Google DeepMind, the frontier AI lab that I lead, is the modern embodiment of this wonderful transatlantic spirit of cooperation. With our two major research offices in London
I'm up on 3-1 now. Let's see the build. Okay, so just so you know, this isn't really. I don't know if you were wrong in discussing this. So what we've agreed here is let's just stick to the AFC Championship live. And this one, I'm going to be trying to kick off like the T1 shot. That will be live. Sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Right.
super smooth.
No,
but
no, no,
but
no.
you
But I
just
mean, if
bang,
you're
bang,
doing,
bang, bang,
yeah.
and it's 500 quid. Signal. It's
Signal
quite a
lens.
new lens. It's worth looking into. It's honestly,
Thank you.
it's the only.
I might take a photo
There
of
isn't.
that.
There literally isn't.
So I'm going into my.
I'm going to go and try and find it, okay?
Which way am I going? That way?
Stand up position.
Right, okay, cool.
Hi, we're all done.
Yep, that's fine, you'll find them.
Yeah.
I have been, yes. Should I not be? Or should I?
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Right. As in this clip's over there. Soon.
Hello, audio check, 1, 2, audio check for press, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good afternoon, audio check for press, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting thumbs up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Audio check for press, left podium good, 1, 2. Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Still good, good. Everybody good, thumbs up, 1, 2. All right.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to welcome you to Chequers. This historic second state visit is a moment to celebrate the unique bond between our two countries. But today we've gone far beyond that. We've renewed the special relationship for a new era. The United Kingdom and the United States stand together today as first partners on defence, first partners in trade, with the groundbreaking deal we struck in May, and now with the new agreement that we've just signed this afternoon. We're confirming our status as the first partners in science and technology, ready to define this century together, just as we did the last. This tech partnership has the power to change lives. It's our chance to ensure that technologies like AI, quantum, and others amplify human potential, solve problems, cure diseases, make us richer and freer, strengthen the cause of democracy, not tyranny. This is the territory on which the future will be won. So this partnership today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver. And we're bringing businesses with us. We've just come from a fantastic meeting with business leaders where we set out this vision. They have responded with new deals and investment, breaking every record that we have. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. That is a record. Expected to create 15,000 jobs here in the United Kingdom. High-skilled jobs in cutting-edge sectors where people can build careers for the long term, changing lives in communities up and down our country. And look, while we shape this bond for a new era, the fundamentals have not changed. Security remains the cornerstone of this special relationship. We have the deepest, most advanced defence relationship in the world. Our warriors train together and they fight together. Our industries build together, everything from fast jets to the new AUKUS-class submarines. So now, as we drive up defence spending, we're going to sweep away the barriers to working together on new defence technologies so we can stay ahead of our adversaries. We're united in defence and security. Yes, absolutely. But we're also united in the pursuit of peace. We are working together to end the humanitarian catastrophe in the Middle East, get the aid in, free the hostages, and ultimately bring Israel and the region back towards a comprehensive plan which can deliver peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We're also working together to end the killing in Ukraine. In recent days, Putin has shown his true face, mounting the biggest attacks since the invasion began, with yet more bloodshed, yet more innocents killed, and unprecedented violations of NATO airspace. These are not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we've discussed today how we can build our defences further, support Ukraine, and decisively increase the pressure on Putin to get him to agree a peace deal that will last. And President Trump, you have led the way here, and we will continue to stand and work together for security and for peace. Mr. President, next year we'll celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. We've come on a long journey together since 1776. But it's no exaggeration to say that the partnership our two nations have built has shaped the world from the beaches of Normandy to the founding of NATO, to the creation of technologies that have revolutionised our lives. Time and time again, it is British and American men and women side by side, changing the path of history and turning it towards our values, towards freedom, democracy and the rule of law. In Britain, we take huge pride in that. And let's be clear, this relationship is not just about history, it's about the future. It's about the benefits it delivers now and for decades to come, to make our people safer and better off. We've shown today that we're delivering those benefits, improving people's lives. So we will go into that anniversary year more optimistic than ever and more confident than ever about our two great nations and what they can achieve side by side. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Prime Minister Starmer, Melania and I are tremendously thankful for the wonderful hospitality that you and Lady Starmer have extended today at Chequers. Quite the place, I must say, quite the place. And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honor of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We will never forget it. As I said last night, the bond between our countries is like no other anywhere in the world. The United States and the United Kingdom have done more good on this planet than any two nations in human history. That is thanks in large part to the traditions of British liberty, which grew up on these isles, these beautiful, magnificent isles, and were carried by our ancestors to the New World. We're forever joined, and we are forever friends, and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal, and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator. We will extend our unparalleled security alliance into the realm of economic security for the first time, and I look forward to finalizing it very soon. We'll have it done very quickly. We have also just signed a historic technology prosperity deal, one of a kind, to ensure our countries lead the next great technological revolution side by side. In fact, we just left the business leaders, the biggest in the world. Some are in this room right now. And that was quite a meeting we had on business and trade and technology. This trip has galvanized $350 billion in deals across many sectors, and we're committed to ensuring that the UK has a secure and reliable supply of the best AI hardware and software on Earth. And we supply that, and we'll make sure we supply it in quantity to the UK. We also are joining forces on quantum computing and nuclear power, a natural partnership for close allies. The United States, as you probably have heard, is doing better than it has ever done in terms of business and investment. The stock market has hit a new high, as you know, and that's for many, many days out of our fairly short 8 months. And we seem to be hitting new highs, and I think we're going to do much better even as time goes by. Jobs are at a record, and most importantly, we have more than $17 trillion, $17 trillion, and this is during an 8-month period being invested in the country, which is not only a record, but if you compare $17 trillion to the last year of the Biden administration, they did $250 billion. They didn't do $1 trillion for the 4-year period. We did $17 trillion of investment coming in. A lot of it's because of tariffs, and a lot of it's for a lot of other reasons, but there's never been anything like it. It's an economic superstar. That's what's become. It was mismanaged and badly handled for a long period of time, but it's not badly handled anymore. So that's a record. And remember, that's up until 8 months. We have another few months to go, and that number is going to get significantly higher, especially if we win a certain case that we're waiting to hear. That will be something like the world has never seen. I want to congratulate the United Kingdom on making the vital commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense at the NATO summit this year. We've worked together very closely in so many ways. I'm very honored to tell you that we've solved 7 wars, wars that were unsolvable, wars that couldn't be negotiated or done. The U.S. has done 7 of them. The one that I thought would be easiest would be because of my relationship with President Putin, but he's let me down. He's really let me down. It was going to be Russia and Ukraine, but we'll see how that turns out. But that turned out to be, I thought it might be among the easiest of the group, but we had settled just about every conflict, and as you know, we're working very hard on Israel and Gaza. All that's happening over there. Complex, but it's going to get done. It'll all get done right. And likewise, Russia and Ukraine will get done. But you never know in war. You know, war is a different thing. Things happen that are very opposite of what you thought. You thought you were going to have an easy time or a hard time, and it turns out to be the reverse. As we saw in the unforgettable parade yesterday at Windsor Castle, what a place it is. The British Armed Forces carry on one of the finest military traditions in the world, one of the greatest marching bands, one of the most magnificent sights I've seen. I know that our service members look forward, and we do look so forward to working even more closely with yours as you push toward that 5% goal. And I think, Mr. Prime Minister, you're just about there. You're going to be there very quickly, along with a lot of other great countries. I want to thank NATO and our wonderful head of NATO, who's really worked very hard, Mark, for the job they've done. As you know, NATO was at 2% GDP, and they didn't pay it. Now they're at 5%, then they pay it. And we appreciate that. And we're sending a lot of weapons to NATO. NATO is paying for those weapons in full. But we're sending them, and we're doing a great job at getting them what they need. And we appreciate the fact that they're taking care of it, because the United States is into that war for $350 billion. And just really very sad. Just got out of control. They didn't know what they were doing. But over the generations, British and American warriors have shed their blood side by side in defense of liberty and freedom. And that's why it's so imperative that the United States and the United Kingdom stand together for these fundamental rights and values of the English-speaking world. And we've always stood together, and we will continue to. Just last week, a great American, Charlie Kirk, was heinously assassinated for speaking his mind. He was a great young man, incredible future. Some people said he might be president someday. I told him, I said, Charlie, I think you have a good shot someday at being president. And he just wanted to take care of youth. He loved youth. I've never seen anybody relate to youth like Charlie, and they related to him, and they're devastated. But I appreciate the many British citizens who have offered their condolences. And again, Charlie was a great person. We'll be going out to a service on Sunday. I'll be leaving with some of the people in this room just to celebrate Charlie and all that he's done. So incredible. Never seen anything like it. But I hope that together our nations can lead a movement to defend the glorious traditions of freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. There could be no greater tribute to the immortal bonds of affection and loyalty that unite the British and the American people for all of time. We have a relationship like no other. It will always be that way. We will always be united. We'll always be together. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for the great job I think you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're going to take some questions. I'll call 2 or 3 to start with, and then I'll pass over to the President. I've got Chris Mason from the BBC first. Chris.
Thank you both. Chris Mason, BBC News. Mr. President, the UK is expected to recognise a Palestinian state in the coming days as the killing in Gaza continues. It often seems that you're the only person that Israel will listen to. What more can you say to them to tell them to stop? And why is the UK's position on a Palestinian state, in your view, wrong? And Prime Minister, what will the recognition of a Palestinian state actually achieve? Is it not just gesture politics to appease people in your own party? Thank you both.
Well, Chris, let me just start with that, because we discussed this amongst other things. We had the best part of an hour, I think, upstairs earlier today, just one-to-one, going through a number of affairs, world affairs, in private. And we absolutely agree on the need for peace and a roadmap, because the situation in Gaza is intolerable. The hostages have been held for a very, very long time, and they must be freed. And we need aid to get into Gaza at speed. And so it's within that context of a plan for peace, which we're working hard on, which not only did we discuss this morning, but our two teams have been working together on, that the question of recognition needs to be seen. And so it's part of that overall package which hopefully takes us from the appalling situation we're in now to the outcome of a safe and secure Israel, which we do not have, and a viable Palestinian state. Thank you.
Well, simply, I want the hostages released now, right now, not 1, 2, we'll give you 3 more tomorrow, and, you know, like it's been, but we're the ones that got all the hostages released. We got many, many came to the Oval Office, and I've heard stories like I've never thought even possible. There was no humanity, no anything. I said to them, I said, was there any warmth shown during this stay? Like they offered you a little extra meal, they gave you a little smile, and they said, don't worry, you'll be okay. And every one of them said, not even a little bit. Amazing, you know, to think that during this stay, long stay in some cases. We had a man the other day, 451 days he was there. I always ask that question. And was there any warmth shown? Just a little word of, you know, encouragement. And the answer is every time, absolutely not. I'm shocked to hear it, because in the worst cases, there's always somebody that comes through. We have to remember October 7th, one of the worst, most violent days in the history of the world, not just there, the history of the world. And I got to see the tapes, and I wish I didn't see them, actually. But I got to see them. And I want an end. I want the hostages released. And I think it's going to be okay, but it has been a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years, but this has been for decades and decades. But we want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back, and we want the fighting to stop, and it's going to stop. But a lot of bad things. You know, Hamas said that they're going to put the hostages up as bait. They're going to put the hostages in front of any attack. And that's pretty brutal. We haven't heard that one in a long time. So we have to remember that. So I have a disagreement with the Prime Minister on that score. Okay? One of our few disagreements, actually.
Sorry. Can I take Jack from The Sun? Jack.
Thank you both. Jack Elson from The Sun. Mr. President, in the 9 months you've been in office, you've been incredibly successful in all but eliminating crossings on your southern border.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, illegal migration is at record levels in Britain. The Prime Minister is trying to tackle that. What advice would you give to the man standing next to you on trying to stop illegal migration in Britain? And Prime Minister, if I can just ask, the President is all about drill, baby, drill in terms of trying to secure American energy and cut bills for Americans. Meanwhile, you are turning Britain's back on oil and gas in favour of renewable energies, such as wind turbines. Why do you think that you are right and he is wrong?
So we had millions of people flowing in, totally unchecked, totally unvetted from the Biden administration. 25 million, in my opinion, that would be about 25 million. They came from prisons. They came from mental institutions. They were gang members. They were drug dealers. They came from the Congo. They came from all parts of South America. They came from everywhere. Think of it, prisons from the Congo being released into the United States, prisons opened up in Venezuela and many other countries pouring into the United States. And I couldn't believe it. One of the reasons I decided to run. I decided to run because I don't want to be controversial, but you see what's happened and you see all the information that's come out. We won in 2020 big. And I said, let's run, we got to run, because I saw what was happening. And the worst thing that I saw was all of these people. You know, we've already solved inflation. We've solved prices. Oil is way down. Energy is way down in the United States. But what I saw happening with millions of people pouring into our country, I couldn't stand to watch it. And we've done a great job. Nobody, if you've seen the last, I appreciate your question, by the way, nobody, absolutely zero, and I'm not even sure that's possible, but it's a very liberal group that come out with those statistics. The last 3 months, we had zero. From millions of people a year ago, we had zero people enter our country illegally. And we do have people coming in legally through a legal process and testing and lots of other things. I think it's very important, and we speak about it. And I think your situation is very similar. You know, you have people coming in, and I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in from prisons and mental institutions. We have to remove them. And we are removing them. We have no choice, and I feel very strongly about it. Thank you very much.
Jack, let me just deal with the question of returns, because this is obviously an issue we're taking incredibly seriously. We've struck a number of deals, both on cooperation with other countries, because this is a problem right across Europe, to tackle the problem of actually breaking up the gangs that are running this trade. We have had a record number of returns, over 35,000 now, since we came into office. That's the highest number for the best part of 10 years. We struck the returns arrangement with France, and notwithstanding the challenges to that scheme, which you've seen in the last few days, a flight went off at 6:15 this morning, successfully returning someone under that scheme. So that is an important step forward. Obviously, there's no silver bullet here. There's a range of things that need to be done. But given the challenges of returning people, it is important that we're able to prove it can be done. It was done. It was done early this morning. So I can confirm that that flight went. It went successfully. And I'm pleased about that. Now we need to ramp that up at scale, which was always envisaged under the scheme. But it's very important that we have been able to prove that the proof of concept, if you like, that this can be done, and will continue in that way. On the question of energy, firstly, let me be really clear that I am absolutely determined to ensure that the price and cost of energy comes down, so that bills come down both for individuals, for families, with their household bills, but also for business, because this is so important. The mix will include oil and gas for many years to come from the North Sea. We've been clear about that for some time, but we also need to mix that with renewables, and it's the mix that's really important. And the approach I've taken on this is the same approach that I take to many other things, a pragmatic approach. Thank you, Jack.
I would like to say that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation, the likes of which we've really never seen. They say 48 years, and I'll accept that, but I really don't. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we had an expression that I used a lot, drill, baby, drill. And as you know, we brought fuel way down, the prices way down. And we don't do wind because wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly. And we got our energy prices way down. That brought the inflation way down. And now we have very little inflation. And we have a very, very strong economy. So that was very important. Drill, baby, drill. And you have a great asset here, and we spoke about it. It's called the North Sea. The North Sea oil is phenomenal. And I hope, because I love this country, you know. My mother was born in Scotland, and the Hebrides, Stornoway, that's serious Scotland. We were talking about it. And I want this country to do well. And you have great assets that you're going to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister.
Thank you. And I've got Matthew from The Economist. Matthew.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see. It's death. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a world war over this thing, you could. This was a thing that would have never happened had I been president. If I were president, it would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Most people agree it didn't happen, nor was it close to happening. And I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. I've said that many times. It was. But he would have never done what he did, except that he didn't respect the leadership of the United States. They just went through the Afghanistan total disaster for no reason whatsoever. We're going to leave Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength and dignity. And we're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So a lot of things are happening, but I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania, as an example, it was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember, the Prime Minister and the presidents, they were there for many years. They said, when they were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all hugged each other. And one said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know. The Congo, we settled the Congo with Rwanda. That was going on, and that was a machete war. That was a gruesome war. Many people, close to 10 million people killed. We got that settled. My biggest disappointment, but it's, you know, look, we did 7, and most of them were not thought to be settleable. We did India and we did Pakistan. That's 2 nuclear. That was purely for trade. You want to trade with us, you're going to have to get along. And they were going at it hot and heavy. But the Russia situation, I hope we're going to have some good news for you coming up. But again, it doesn't affect the United States. And look, it doesn't so much affect you. Of course, you are a lot closer to the scene than we are. We have a whole ocean separating us. But I will say this, it's millions of people have died in that war, millions of souls. And they're not American. They're soldiers, mostly soldiers, as you know. The soldiers are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since the Second World War. But they're being killed, and I feel I have an obligation to get it settled for that reason. Thank you.
And just to add on that question, because we have to put extra pressure on Putin. And it's only when the President has put pressure on Putin that he's actually shown any inclination to move. So we have to ramp that pressure up. I think it's important to have this conversation in the context of what's happened in recent weeks. We saw damage and bombing to the British Council in Kyiv. These are targets that it was thought until recently were not targets that would be hit. The British Council, the European Union Embassy, the Council of Ministers, where President Zelensky's ministers work, was hit. Again, these were thought to be places that wouldn't be hit. And then the incursion into Poland last week. And if you put that together, what you can see is either an emboldenment or at least an increased recklessness on Putin's part. And that's why I said earlier that they're not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we have to ramp up. And we discussed earlier today, we have built the coalition of the willing with British leadership and French leadership, stepping up with military planning in the seas, in the sky, on the ground, and ramping up what we do with the Ukrainians themselves. And of course, that, taken with an American guarantee, is now an example, I think, of the challenge of Europe stepping up to the plate, which it has done in the last few months, to show through what we and the French have done that we're prepared to take the lead in this and take the necessary measures.
But that's a war that could have been a third world war, and I don't think we're going to be there now. But that was heading to a third world war. And what a shame it is. What a shame it is.
Mr. President, do you want to call some of the
I would love to call a
outlets?
few of them. Bev, do you want to have a question?
I've got to come back to you.
Bev Turner, GB News. Thank you. Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
when you say we, are you talking here or...?
Here. The
Here?
UK. I'm still British. I might
I'd
live in
rather
America.
have
I'm
him
still
answer
British.
that question.
But also...
I can't give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also, despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you answer that.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of a Christian country, I was christened, so that is, my church has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom, and we protect it jealously and fiercely, and always will, and we will bear down on any limits on free speech. I draw a limit between free speech and the speech of those that want to peddle paedophilia and suicide social media to children, and therefore I'm all for free speech. I'm also for protecting children from things that will harm them, paedophiles, those that peddle suicide, which had a terrible consequence for individual, particularly teenagers. And so that's the balance we strike. But we have had freedom of speech in this country for a very long time, and we will always protect it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, please.
Thank you. Prime Minister, it's good to see you again. You have a beautiful country. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being
Two
here.
questions. One, just recently, President Trump labeled Antifa domestic terrorists. Would you consider doing something like that in your country?
Well, we obviously will take decisions for ourselves. I don't want to comment on the decisions of the President, but we take our decisions ourselves.
And my question to you, President Trump, is there any update on the auto pen?
Yeah, it's just gotten worse from their standpoint. The people that used it, and one in particular, one person, was never told by Biden to do it. Only spoke to Biden twice, and that was just talking about the weather, not talking about any order. And he was taking orders from people other than Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't giving those orders. You know, Joe Biden didn't believe in open borders. He didn't. I've known him for a long time. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling, as we know. You can go back 40 years ago and you'll see that. Go back and take a look at the hearings on Justice Thomas, and you'll see that very much. But he didn't believe in open borders and all of this nonsense that they're peddling now, which is why they're not in office any longer. It's a shame. The auto pen was illegal. It was illegally used. He never gave the orders. He never told them what to do. And I guess the only one he signed, or one of the few he signed, was the pardon for his son. But you had the congressman who, when they got the information, they found out they were guilty, and they deleted and destroyed all information, everything. You couldn't get any of it. They found out that Nancy Pelosi actually was offered the 10,000 soldiers, and she turned them down. They found out many things that were very bad. So they deleted and destroyed all information. You talk about freedom of the press and freedom of speech. How about that one? And there's not a thing. This is after a year and a half of hearings. They destroyed everything. And somebody's got to be held responsible. So Biden, what he did is they knew, I don't think he knew, but somebody knew. I don't think Biden had a clue about anything, if you want to know the truth. But they gave a pardon to those congresspeople. They gave a pardon. Those people are so guilty. They gave a pardon. But Biden didn't know about it. The people, whether it's Lisa or any of those people in there that really ran it. I know them all. And they're sick people. They're smart people. They're very smart. They're probably brilliant, but they're sick in ideology. And they were running the auto pen. And it was totally illegal what he did. And I hope it's going to be so adjudged.
Do you want to take one more, and then I'll
Okay.
go back to British?
Let's see. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. In the deal that you're working on for the Chinese to sell TikTok to an American buyer, are the Americans going to have to come up with their own algorithm, or are they going to continue to use the successful but addictive Chinese algorithm?
So what we're doing, and we're speaking to President Xi on Friday to see if we can finalize something on TikTok, because there is tremendous value, and I hate to give away value, but I like TikTok. It helped get me elected. In fact, Charlie said, "Sir, you ought to get on TikTok. You'd be great." I said, "Really? Tell me about TikTok." And we, as you know, we did unbelievably well with youth, like at a level that no Republican has ever even dreamt of. And in what, look, I think we won it for a lot of reasons, but that was a reason we won the election by such a big number. TikTok has tremendous value. The United States has that value in its hand because we're the ones that have to approve it. I specifically get the right to approve it. The people that are investing it are among the greatest investors in the world, the biggest, the richest, and they'll do a great job. And we're doing it in conjunction with China. But we are getting, the United States is getting a tremendous fee plus, I call it a fee plus, for just making the deal. And I don't want to throw that out the window. I can say this, that you'll have a lot of very unhappy youth. And I use TikTok very legitimately, very straight, just statements every day, little statements, short statements. "Sir, make it short, please." And TikTok Jack, we call him. It was pretty good. Did a good job for me, I guess. But no, I'd rather reap the benefits. I mean, the kind of money we're talking about is very substantial. And it'll be owned by all American investors and, the best investors and the, very rich people and companies are going to be owning it. Very, very straight, very legitimate companies, and really companies that love America. So they're going to be owning it. It's a big thing. And on a much bigger scale, and probably that's why we were able to get that, but on a much bigger scale, we're pretty close to a deal. We may do an extension with China, but it's an extension based on the same terms that we have right now, which are pretty good terms.
And my question for Prime Minister Starmer, if you feel so strongly about officially recognizing Palestine for statehood, why are you waiting for President Trump to leave the country? Why can't you just do it right now? And isn't there a risk in rewarding Hamas with that?
Well, let me be really clear about Hamas. They're a terrorist organisation who can have no part in any future governance in Palestine. And what happened on October the 7th was the worst attack since the Holocaust. We have extended family in Israel. I understand firsthand the psychological impact that had across Israel. So I know exactly where I stand in relation to Hamas. Hamas, of course, don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They don't want a ceasefire. I'm very clear where I stand on Hamas. Okay. On the question of recognition, I made my position clear at the end of July as to the timing, which has got nothing to do with this state visit, and I've discussed it with the President, as you would expect amongst two leaders who respect each other and like each other and want to bring about a better solution in the best way that we can. Thank you so much. Can I go back then to Robert at ITV?
Robert Person, ITV. Mr. President, you alone in the whole world, have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation of Palestine, and to stop the killing of civilians. If not now, when will you exercise that power and tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you...
But you do understand about October 7th.
You do understand. So believe me, I understand.
One of the worst days in the history of humanity. What happened, I have seen the tapes. Babies that are 4 months old and just chopped up to pieces. And you've seen the tapes and I've seen the tapes. You're a professional and so am I. And people forget about October 7th. I can't forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back. I don't want the hostages used as human shields, which is what Hamas is threatening to do.
But as soon as they're back, that's the moment you will tell Netanyahu
Well,
to stop.
it would certainly help, but I have to have the hostages back. And I don't want them back piecemeal, as I said before. I want them back.
And on a separate issue, free speech, your Vice President Vance said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him? And Prime Minister, we saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you know, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, on the question of Charlie Kirk, can I just express how shocking that is, I think, to everybody who believes in free speech and in democracy. It sent shockwaves through the world, and I know that he was a friend of the President, and I reached out straight away to the President because I understood how impactful it would be on him and his family. And we all need to be absolutely clear about that. Whatever our political views, it is shocking and is to be condemned. On free speech, not much to add to the answer I gave earlier. This country's had free speech for a very, very long time. It is part of who we are as a country, and it is the values that we fought for. We fought for it during the Second World War alongside each other. So we need no reminding of the importance of free speech in this country. Thank you, Robert. And I go to Beth for the final question, please. Beth.
Thank you so much.
Sky.
Thank you, Beth Rigby, Sky News. Thank you, Prime Minister. If I could start with you. Prime Minister, President Trump has said he's ready to impose major sanctions on Russia if NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil. He's got a point, hasn't he? Is that what you now believe is needed to bring Putin properly to the table? And what's your message to the President on US sanctions? And, Mr. President, if I may, the King praised your personal commitment last night to finding solutions to the world's most intractable conflicts. You have invested much of your time and effort in Ukraine. But even as you seek to broker a deal, President Putin is escalating the war. He's firing drones into NATO airspace. You say he has let you down. Was it a mistake to invite him to Alaska? Do you regret it?
No.
And is it time to squeeze him, sir, and scare him and impose sanctions? And finally, if I may, the elephant in the room, Lord Mandelson, he is no longer the ambassador. Do you have some sympathy with him that he lost his job over historic links to Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you very much, sir.
I don't know him, actually. I had heard that, and I think maybe the Prime Minister would be better speaking of that. That was a choice that he made, and I don't know. What is your answer to that?
Well, I mean, it's very straightforward. Some information came to light last week which wasn't available when he was appointed, and I made a decision about it, and that's very clear. On the question of the pressure on Putin and on Russia, which is obviously really important, look, I think it is a challenge to Europe. There are a number of European countries which are too reliant on energy from Russia. The UK actually obviously has almost got nothing at all, but we do need to bear down and work with our European counterparts here. There are one or two countries, I think, that do need to look again at the question of energy. There's no one silver bullet here. We do have to have a wider suite of sanctions, which we've put in place a number of times, working across Europe and with the United States. And, of course, we must, and we are, making sure that Ukraine is in the strongest position now, because one of my long concerns here has been that whilst we talk about a ceasefire, and we all want a ceasefire, and we talk about what might happen after a ceasefire, we mustn't forget that Ukraine needs our support now. And we've said we stand with Ukraine from the start to finish, and that means we must continue to supply them with what they need in order to fight this war, which, of course, resulted from and is a result of Russian aggression. We have particularly done the sort of leadership role in the coalition of the willing, so that if there is a ceasefire and if there is a deal, and I do hope there is, that is then lasting and not then broken, because given previous history, I don't trust Putin. Thank you.
Very simply, if the price of oil comes down, Putin's going to drop out. He's going to have no choice. He's going to drop out of that war. And when I found out that the European nations were buying oil from Russia, and as you know, I'm very close to India. I'm very close to the Prime Minister of India. I spoke to him the other day, wished him a happy birthday. We have a very good relationship. He put out a beautiful statement, too. We have, but I said, you know, I sanctioned them. China is paying a very large tariff right now to the United States, but I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle. And the oil price is way down. You know, we got it way down. We're drilling and we produce more oil than anybody else in the world. We're doing a lot. But I was disappointed to see that. And the Prime Minister was disappointed to see that. And it wasn't him. It was other countries. And you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't. That's not playing fair with the United States. And we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you, sir? Thought I'd say hello in person. You should come back on. You can always come. I appreciate it. You know what? do more of this ourselves now. It's all the fashion, isn't it? Yeah, I noticed, when I asked the question about the recognition policy, we know we're in a different position on that. They acknowledge the disagreement explicitly. It's like, and whilst acknowledging that they've had their discussion in private about why they are where they are on that particular issue. We saw it similarly, I guess, with the conversation about Russia and Ukraine. The fact that the President and the Prime Minister totally shut it down.
Yes, yes. In fact, I mean, when I asked if the problem with the British ambassador had been sacked or his head being connected, Lord Manson said, I don't know it. Talking about Lord Manson, absolutely.
Even though he had praised his accent in the White House.
Yes, and they met many times. They met many times. Yeah, yeah. No, I thought if that, though, is what the Prime Minister has won out of this visit, the right to respectfully disagree with the President, but not to change his mind, was it worth it?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Well, I think Downie's calculation would be in the election that they got through that meeting. So, if you like, the positive being and that they have a sufficiently good relationship with the President that he would hear them out in private, specific to the British position that might be at odds with America. But the question about the extent to which the UK, and perhaps other European allies in similar positions on some topics, can persuade the President, it seems to me is the more open question.
I didn't get the impression that Keir Starmer had changed the President's mind on anything at all, except perhaps the beauty of Windsor Castle.
Which he was probably fairly well sort of disposed to. Cheers. No, not at all. Right, I'll charge. See you guys later. Thanks very much. Is it?
Get them on as soon as we can, yeah? What time is it? Let's try and get them on now. Try and get you on top of the hour. I don't know if they'll have cut that clip yet.
They have the answer to your question, but they don't have.
No, he didn't have a question.
Bev's question. Who's
No, not Bev's question. I asked them to cut the son's
Well, that was the best question.
That's fine, the answer. That's what
They've only got the answer, not the actual.
Yeah, no, I just want the question.
It's small birds.
Yes.
Is it Christian?
Now,
it is.
They're going to interact with some of you, pass the Zoom video and come straight to you. I'll be in
I asked them to cut something.
Still being punished for more screen. Not yet.
Have they got that clip then? The answer to the son's question.
On what topic? What topic then?
Yeah,
that's good. That's
We
all right.
don't want the
We
question.
don't
So it's the one about. It's the first question.
Thank you. So can I throw to that, please? Can I throw to that?
Yeah, it's called military. Yeah.
Already? Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 30 seconds is fine. Thank you. They can cut that for later. Yeah, it's on replay. It's parked and ready to go. The answer. So you can just do the precursor to it, yeah, Chris?
What's the plan?
Just do the precursor, because obviously it's knocked up on the answer.
Yeah.
So just,
Talk about it going
just lead into it with the question, the President's asked, what would you do in our situation? Yeah?
It's really helpful what you did there, because I've got my notes all over the place.
It's literally just the key things I've got on the strong key lines. And you kept flashing it.
I think I'll be delighted if that President Trump disagreed with Keir Starmer, sure, lost quite a few reports. Yes, it's not a pleasure to be told to rush back and be told energy policy.
All good, Mel. All good, thank you. I can hear next to you, yeah, thank you.
Tiny step back to your left. Tiny step. That's it.
And then there were the unexploded witnesses. There was nothing really quite revolutionary on the FTC anyway. In fact, Donald Trump cases to go who Mandelson was. And nothing at all on Nigel Farage. So I think chalk this one up as a big success.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm going to sit here and recommend it quickly.
Yeah.
When they see me, point the camera down, they see me. So they know I'm here.
Because you couldn't have hoped for that to go anywhere. Donald Trump was in one of those kind of relative, I don't want to say low energy, but sort of not quite in one of those sort of full-on moves And then he stopped, and he said nothing more. So you look at things like that, and you look at some of the other issues around, particularly around.
I'm going to say I wasn't called. I wasn't chosen for question number 10. I'm going to say that. I'm sitting in the front row with my hand in it. Literally 6 feet from the President and Sir Keir Starmer, of course, our Prime Minister. It seemed very friendly. I think the two appear to get on very well. They've met, by my count, once every 8 weeks since he became President. So they meet quite a lot, and they have forged this rather unusual relationship between two such different politicians, one from the left, Sir Keir Starmer, one from the right, of course, the President of the United States. But they rode across all sorts of areas there. A big issue coming up, I thought, the American journalist asked a question about Palestine this weekend to Sir Keir Starmer. Are you waiting until the guy next to you leaves the country on Air Force One before you recognise the state of Palestine? That was awkward, I think, for Keir Starmer, but the slap on the back was very welcome, according to number 10 aides. Clearly, when Keir Starmer said we're not going to have Hamas running Gaza, that can't happen. That was a big slap on the back, and that wouldn't happen with the recognition of Palestine. Difficult questions on issues of freedom of speech. Sir Keir Starmer there saying we are the home of free speech and making those points, but asked several times, twice about that. He gave that answer. But I thought the most interesting answer, I think, was one about small boats. What would you do to stop the boats? And the answer from Donald Trump, while it had much more bang for its buck than Sir Keir Starmer. Here's what the answer was.
Behind closed doors, they've established this rule before, and I think actually what we got a bit of in public was the way in which Sir Keir Starmer manages to smooth over those points of difference and maintain the rapport.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, we saw some elements of Donald Trump in terms of some of the things that he returns from time to time again, which will be a bit bewildering to our viewers watching. There's this whole question about Joe Biden's use of the auto pen. But these things do come up and come up.
There we have Donald Trump there saying, why can't you recall the military, and something which has been said often by reform UK politicians here. And also news there on Afghanistan. The UK is trying to get back the Bagram Air Base, which Joe Biden, when he was president, he surrendered that to the Taliban, didn't he? But the Bagram Air Base, of course, 1 hour, he said, from where China develops its nuclear weapons or have a nuclear facility at least in China. So clearly, America's looking around the world on this strategic level. But yes, interesting. I think it was an informative press conference, one much more friendly, I think, than you see with France and America. I thought in many ways we're back to where we are with this country. Are we going to choose to be the US's best friend or towards the European Union? Again, it was somewhere in the middle. You would want to.
I think that's right. I think you heard that in his tone, didn't you? He was, I wouldn't say overwhelmed, but he was clearly subdued by what had happened. Elated perhaps, but also subdued.
Exactly right. He did
said there, drill baby drill, wind is a disaster, a very expensive joke. He said you have these huge assets in the North Sea, and he sort of implied though that the PM would start exploiting those assets. We haven't seen any sign of that, and of course Ed Miliband, the Climate Change Secretary, would be a lot against that. But yeah, there are divisions here. I think one of the few real divisions was over Palestine, and that's likely to be recognised by the UK government this weekend or early next week before the UN General Assembly meet. But yes, it was a friendly conversation between two close allies. I had my hand in the air, Martin, with your best question. Sadly, I wasn't selected by number 10 Downing Street to ask a question today, but I'll keep my hand in the air all the time for TV News viewers. I thought though.
So there's maybe some movement on that.
Well, I thought the question, Beth Turner's question was brilliant, of course. It was asking about the issue of Christianity, and the America is a big issue in America, laying out your faith on your sleeve. We don't do it so much amongst our leaders. But I did hear, I never heard Sir Keir Starmer say that I am a Christian. I've been Christianity or Christian all my life. He said he had been christened, and that's not what we hear from him. We do know, of course, he observed the Jewish faith on Friday with his wife, Lady Starmer. But I think I've never heard him do God, if that's how you describe those remarks. And that was quite interesting. And I think Bev Turner pressed him, of course, on issues of freedom of speech, which was so important to us. Great. Yeah, they're playing at the I liked having the in my hand the stick. It looked good that day. It pissed off the podcast.
Oh, really?
I read out 5 questions to ask.
that one he'll go and sit. I think what come up anyway. Yeah, you get it.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Gone to bars, end of transmission in 1 second. Got a gallery clear, just waiting for the technical clear, but I think I've got it. Full sound, because I've got generating bars. Clear, 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 clear. Wonderful. Happy the gallery director. That's whatever. 2.5.
You want one pre-record or two? Do they want one for the other shows? Do they want one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3.
All right. All right.
Hello. Yes, okay.
It's just outrageous.
Do you think there's still a Wrangler here? They're saying I'm not.
Anyway, perfect.
Okay, 1 second. Sorting it out. Got that one.
check this out, okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
6 weeks ago. One pre-recall among the group, there was some notes about the late show.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
The
draft,
so,
yeah.
So basically, one pre-record just for Prime, generic one, just going to take a couple of minutes,
Yeah.
to sum it up. And then the other one, specifically for the late show.
Yeah.
With the points that were made. Do you remember those you said?
What is the late show? Is not starting on Monday next week.
Yeah, they're piloting sometimes they still use on social media.
That's the one.
We're only going to do it. We're just going to do this.
Yeah.
It's not general. It's one of one.
If you can keep that. What's the late show one? But is that the late show? It's the one I've got. I've got two.
One of them.
That plays out on the prime show tonight. Yeah. Can you call that to me at that?
It's really only
yeah. There's crisps. I'm getting a bit hangry. Yeah, or just a biscuit. It's a massive, what is it? Huge adrenaline rush. When you're sitting on a chair, as you're on air, that's a moment. Yeah. That's why I just leant forward my knee and started speaking. See that? It was quite spectacular. I was rocking on it, that's what happened. Yeah, you are, you're doing it off. You're both brilliant. Yeah, I kept doing it. I leant forward on my knee and stepped up. Huh? I was rocking on it. Video here. Great. Very good. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, program, okay, yeah. Chris? Yeah, program, yeah. Yeah. It's really you are. Playing Bears.
I think you're still talking into that song. I think you're still talking
into the immigration socks.
I'm going to go and get you something to eat. Would you want me to wait and then we go together? Do you want to get this here? Otherwise we'll go.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. It didn't matter that I wasn't called because Ben was in there. We had a voice in the press conference.
I always said, we've got
That's what I hate. It really pisses me off. There we go. Well, I thought that point there, your first point on the small vote issue was most resonant. The President said, you have people coming in, and I told the PM I would stop it. Donald Trump told Sir Keir Starmer, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, because it destroys countries from within. And now we're removing the people that came into the country in the US. That's what he means there. He's very clear. Why not call out the military? Let's have a listen to what you have to say. I went too soon to that. Sorry. Apologies. I thought that. I thought you wanted that. Sorry, Daryl. I'll pick up. I'll pick up. Yes. I thought to do that, yeah. It's fine. Daryl wasn't right. I won't. Not even for you. So that's it, a lesson now on controlling the small boats crisis on the very day that one person, I think of Indian origin, was sent back to France, and that was billed, of course, by Sir Keir Starmer as his scheme working. Also on the issue of wind farms, yet again, we know he hates them, Donald Trump, not a big fan. Wind is a very expensive joke, he said. We have a very good asset, he says, in the UK, it's called the North Sea, didn't he? He made very clear the North Sea oil is phenomenal. He said, my mother was born in Scotland, in the Hebrides. That's serious, you know, we're serious Scotland we're talking about. I want this country to do well. He loves this country, that's very clear from what you were saying there. And in fact, the entire visit, he looked, in parts, deeply moved, Martin. You saw him, of course, in Windsor yesterday when he met the King and the Queen. You have great assets, he said, you've got to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister. Drill, baby, drill, he told our Prime Minister. Also, Vladimir Putin over Ukraine has really let me down. I think it looks like we're seeing Donald Trump come back to where the UK has been for many months now. He's killing many people and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers, and that is the concern, the clear concern. And that question from Bev Turner on faith, we heard in response, Sir Keir Starmer saying, I'm a Christian, I was christened, although he does of course observe the Jewish faith on Fridays. Interesting to hear him talk about his faith, which we haven't heard before from this Prime Minister. Overall though, this visit, away from the pomp and circumstance, Martin, is about trade, is about jobs in this country. £250 billion worth of trade deals agreed. We've always been friends. Donald Trump said he called Sir Keir Starmer a tough negotiator who got a better deal than he would have got. That was denied by Keir Starmer. But we're seeing an economic security deal signed soon, as well as this £250 billion tech deal. Clearly the special relationship is moving out of defence and security and into trade and jobs. And again it goes back to where is our role in the world. Are we going towards the European Union or the US? It feels now, today, in Chequers, like it's the US.
really close. Allies, the enemies, and that's what he got from the British government, the royal family, British establishment during this trip. Of course, he didn't really get it from the British public because they were kept more than arm's length from him. Here, checkers.
Well, quite. That's a great question. I'd answered. I mean, we heard from the Prime Minister saying that around 6 a.m. today, the first flight took off, taking a single migrant arrived here in August back to France. This migrant, we understand, was originally from India. Why not fly to India? Well, he came here from France, so it's a French problem now. But yeah, if you step back, why can't we see firmer action involving the military? Nigel Farage, a former UK leader, he has said as much. Zia Youssef, in charge of policy at Reform, he has said as much. America is not tied into the European Convention on Human Rights, the right, Article 8, the right to a family life. That is one of the reasons why we have our efforts to take migrants back to the continent frustrated. He hasn't got that problem in America. He's willing to use the military in ways we wouldn't. He's enforcing a land border, we've got a sea border, that's harder to enforce. But yeah, lessons here, I think, for the Prime Minister, from the President. Note that guy there, Donald Trump, he loves this country, he's proud of his roots to Scotland through his mother, he loves coming here, he's an Anglophile President. That's a great thing for this country and helps us with getting those deals done, that investment on AI, on quantum that we heard earlier from Donald Trump. But definitely a lesson there in maybe just throwing off the shackles, Keir Starmer, and stop those boats, because in my view, if he can't stop those boats, that will be the single reason why he might lose the next general election. Did you get the salute? I gave Martin the salute.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Right.
You should have leaned forward to salute and leaned forward to shake his hand.
Well, you'd be great. You'd be great.
Do these as do this as well, yeah, while you've got to do it. I said you got to do an as live activity. Look at your No, I know. And then the tease. Put it fine. Do you want me to get some for you there? Just get out of the way. Okay, I'll do that then. That's fine.
Let's have a go. Let's have one go.
Yeah, I'll just go and do it. You do it. You've got this really. I mean, it's just sum up the day, but do the tease as it starts. And I've been here at Checker. I was here at Checker because obviously it's a newsletter before throughout. That's me.
I think I went to quite early.
Well, that wasn't the point. The point is that the gallery wasn't
So is it ultimately
it wasn't about winning.
best part probably win?
This is my first one. Much more than I do.
No, but it was yeah, go. No, I said it to you personally. Yeah. So have a look at it. Just read that. And the last bit is, you know.
Do they drive the same?
And I've been here.
Yeah. Well, let's start with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go into the
I'll take my earpiece out.
Yeah, let's just flick it off your back.
It's funny when I wiped out.
What, on the jet?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Because I was on air.
Yeah.
So what I did, I just leant forward and just kept talking.
Yeah, you saved it well. You saved it well. Me and Tom was crying.
Oh, God.
Right, roll in whenever you're ready.
Think it through. Ready? And I'm here in Chequers, the UK Prime Minister's country home, where the end of this two-day visit has been spelled out by Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer. Oh, I'll start this. It's a tease, not a hit. Yeah. And I'm here in Chequers, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. And I'm here in Chequers, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's country home, where the US and UK have agreed a £250 billion tech deal. But the fun happened in the press conference, where Donald Trump had some lessons on how to tackle both the issue of the oil and... sorry. I know what I'm trying to say, I'm just a bit... Sorry, Joe. cut that, end that, delete that, please.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your mind back to February, beginning of this year, it was just a week.
And I'm here in Chequers, the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's country home, for the second day of the historic state visit. Deals worth £250 billion agreed, inward investment into the UK, and some lessons from Donald Trump on how to tackle that small boat crisis and how to drill baby drill in the North Sea. Stay tuned. That's good, I think. Yep. Now a tease, now a thing.
So yeah, that's and I think
doing it now.
Yeah, sure, okay. You know, we've worked out how we can respect it. We've also got concrete stuff from it as well. Britain has this low 10% tariff, which is higher than it used to be, but it's not as high as some countries around the world. They say that's the result of the relationship we've built between Keir Starmer and
I've got to get my head together.
there are some concrete
Small
things
boats.
that happen. There's a log jam over steel and aluminium tariffs that are 25% on British exporters. We know that steel exporters are well down on what they used to be because of that. And no deal has been got over the line on that when they were very hopeful of. I think the investment that you mentioned earlier is still to be actually committed or committed, but it's still to be spent. You know, when you're talking about $90 billion of private equity, well, let's see when it appears and what it goes into. So there are still lots and lots of questions, but I think they would say you'd rather be in Keir Starmer's position than some other of America's allies.
Wayne's probably on the train.
And elsewhere in Europe as well, they will believe that they built something pretty strong on this basis of this special relationship. Donald Trump, through his words,
And finish. Sorry, Joe, move your head together. So we've done the T's.
Yes. Yeah, there are occasionally Donald Trump, no more than occasionally, pretty regularly Donald Trump goes off on a kind of a little meander on some issues that are a little surprising. We got the auto pen against it, didn't we, from Joe Biden, the auto pen. The background thing did strike me. There were some references earlier in the year where the president seemed to suggest, or did suggest that China was controlling. Background, there's the biggest air base in Afghanistan. It's the centre of kind of military presence and occupation when the US were in Afghanistan. Two big runways, huge planes there, about sort of, I don't know, 40, 50 miles over the
Trying to start this thing.
and the president suggested somehow the Chinese have now got control of that under the Taliban. Today, somehow that they were going to, the US might get it back. It sort of ties into a suggestion that, you know, when Joe Biden left Afghanistan, when America left Afghanistan under the Biden regime, on some
It's for the
there should have been a deal, there wasn't meant to be some sort of deal in the background. Joe Biden followed through on it, somehow we get to reinvigorate that, but it was incredibly out of nowhere.
I'm sorry, no, my head's together on this.
Let's see. Hopefully it's going to be plenty of time to go back to an officials and say, you know, what's going on, because on the face of it, I mean, it seems terribly likely the Taliban are going to hold a hand over the background of Donald Trump.
Let's have a go. How's it going, buddy?
Still here for a while.
Yep, ready? Okay.
I don't think we're hearing any new ideas, are we? I mean, the one thing
President Donald J. Trump is on his way back to the US after a historic two-day state visit to the UK. President Donald Trump is now on the way back to Washington, D.C. after a historic and successful two-day visit to the UK. It ended here in Chequers with a trade deal worth £250 billion on technology agreed between the US and the UK. It couldn't have gone any better, frankly, for Sir Keir Starmer. Elements were not discussed or not at least announced, nothing for the British Steel. So we'll go.
Said that before, and he said it in more colourful terms. So, no new ideas on that.
I've done the teas, I'm just struggling over the what's up? Tea and coffee? Mine. Rather than two, what is this? Yeah, no. One more go on this. I'm getting towards it. Okay. So Keir Starmer was on the way back to Donald Trump's flying back to the States, been a successful two-day historic visit. Yesterday the King and Queen, today the trade deal covers everything from AI to quantum, etc. Nothing on steel, nothing on AI protections for creators here. So it was gone as well as it could, and even the press conference passed off really that kind of. Yeah, exactly. On small boats. Exactly, yeah, well, I'm going to get onto that. And even to our own Bev Turner. Historic. Yeah, he's let him down, felt let down. That's it. Okay. President Donald Trump is on his way back to Washington, D.C. after what will be seen as a successful two-day state visit to the UK. In two parts. It started with his meeting with the royal family at Windsor Castle and the pomp and circumstance of a state dinner on last night. And today, here in Chequers, the Prime Minister's country residence, getting down to the brass tacks of a trade deal on technology. £250 billion worth of investment across AI, nuclear, quantum, a big deal for America and a big deal for UK countries. But also there was a difficult issue of navigating a press conference for Sir Keir Starmer. We know how they can go on and range across all sorts of areas when they're hosted by Donald Trump. This one was chaired by Keir Starmer and was much more focused, with a few chosen journalists allowed to ask questions, and Sir Keir Starmer taking them in good spirit. Some areas, though, of disagreement, notably over the small boats issue. Now, the government in the UK has started trumpeting one person, one legally arrived migrant from India, sent back to France earlier today on a dawn flight, but that's about it. The question to President Trump was, what would you do differently? And it was clear he would send in a military, according to the US president. Other question too about Palestine. The UK almost certainly about to recognise Palestine as a country in its own right. That's disputed by the US, although there was some welcome backslapping of our Prime Minister and to make clear that Hamas wouldn't be allowed to run Gaza, according to Sir Keir Starmer. Also, the issue of freedom of speech was raised. Our colleague Bev Turner, the presenter of The Late Show in the US on GB News, she said, what would you do, is our country Christian anymore, to Keir Starmer? He said, which is rare for him, I am a Christian, I was christened. I've never heard him talk in such personal terms about his own faith. And also it's an agreement, I think, between the US and UK about Vladimir Putin. We heard there from Donald Trump saying he felt let down by the Russian leader. So all in all, I would suggest a successful visit on the trade deal, nothing on steel, nothing on AI, but otherwise broadly passed off without any damage, I think, to that crucial relationship between the UK and US, and also the personal special relationship between Sir Keir Starmer and Donald J. Trump. Christopher Hope for GB News, here in Chelmsford.
No. Well,
that was
it
okay.
has, I've not told him.
I think that was okay. 3 minutes, I think. That's too long.
So do you want to send those in?
Right, 5:30. How about we Chris? Thanks, guys. Thanks, man.
Safe travelling. See you later.
The cheese is thrown as well.
Checkers, chopper, as live plus double eyes.
Oh.
I can't read it. I've never seen you.
Every time I saw Chris, he was like, oh, no, it's like, not now. Yeah, I think.
That's pretty positive.
Sure. That's his house. So yeah. I know, they're a bit like, I'm sorry, we don't. Like,
If I was sitting in the middle of something.
Kick him out. Get him out. Get him out. Your moment to
yeah.
we're closed now.
Yes. No, fine.
You've done really well.
Alright, well, I was up and down a bit.
See you soon.
No, exactly.
Hello.
See you later. Cheers.
Yeah, good day today. I mean, apart from not being called in the press conference, but Bev was called. But
I won't send this back.
Huh? Who, Trump or both? You get grinning at me actually. You get smiling at me all the time. But I mean, I had my mic on my lap, which Tom put there. That was meant to get our branding into it, wasn't it? Wave it around.
It will be one